alright. Okay. Let me get the arrangements down on the volume. Might be making an appearance later, possibly, when we go over the game in the finale. Later on. Or the credits music, I don't know. It'll be one of those. But, yeah, guys. This is it. The final stream for the Great Ace Attorney to resolve at this point. Now, I did, go quickly, back because the VOD still had their, like, music, the sound effects were all desynced, and stuff like that for a while, but, I went in and I pushed the audio ahead a little bit, so just tell me, does that sound in sync to you guys at this point? No? Okay, does it sound more, like the audio's ahead, or it's, behind, kind of deal? So in there, was the audio playing, before it should've, or after it should've, kind of deal? Let me try it like this. Slightly after it should've. Definitely after? Okay. Let me try this real fast. Boom, boom. That's what things. I'm totally not stalling for time for Jason Twitter coming in or anything like that.
He's too busy crying over Fortnite.
Alright, how did that one sound, guys? On the... Because it's weird. The Galgato's only just been doing this recently. I can't figure out exactly what it's been doing on that. How did that sound? That's better. Okay.
Alright.
Just getting more confirmation real fast. Is that synced up, or do we need to do any more adjusting, guys?
Alright, hold on.
Still slightly off. Before or after kind of deal, on that. Try. After. Okay, then let me try this. Okay, so, new test. How's that one?
Alright, hold on.
Okay.
It's not noticeable going in first, so...
Okay. So, okay, say that's good. Alright, thank you for that, guys. I think it should be set for now in the future. Yeah, I don't know why my Elgato's been doing that the past few streams. It's just been, like, desyncing the audio out of the game. I think it might be something with the USB on my computer or something. I don't know what's up with that, but at least the issue is fixed up now, so... at this point, Sophie, you ready to go?
Let's go!
Alright. Jason, I think he might be having dinner real fast and then joining us in a bit, so I'll cover for him in the meantime.
It's okay, I poked him.
Alright. Oh!
You!
A lot of people up on this stand. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer of forensics and medicine at the Imperial Yumi University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing quarterer, the daughter of Dr. Seif, I understand. Yes, Dr. Seif. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned a strange Japanese man as a witness of this autopsy. But you don't summon Mama? That made no sense. She was there too.
That is about the size of it. I had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly while I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations of Dr. Seif came to light some days ago and defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want to have any perjury be committed, would we? Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. I certainly never expected meeting you here under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
With the mask on.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student in the forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Siner's. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted with Dr. Wilson in the entire procedure.
Mama was far more skilled than any Japanese mon.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she would have such good view with all the inwards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course! If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Von Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had intrigued the nobility to allow it to take place in the first place. To correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was the result of that autopsy that the mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify! You have an obligation to tell the truth about what happened or went wrong. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your full testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing anything otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on suspicion, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results have been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from that man's stomach.
Presumed to be swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Rikatoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could possibly identify as such. Much less swear in my testimony. Ah! Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that's his fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Really? With the tip of his sword at his throat? That man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint von Zeke's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the truth of the matter. Just Corey side profile. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough! I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised you curtail your testimony as soon as I entered the realms of suspicion or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue the conclusion during this cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the preceding judge has no authority to contradict the letter of the law. And I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to the end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord! Alrighty. My own observation techniques.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But you couldn't say there was any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side when he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at the time, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operation table, I obviously could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese order such as the lighting or passive implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
No, you.
Professor Mikatoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Think, Mikatoba, think!
Think! Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. But... yeah. There we go. In all previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. Yet Lord Von Zeke was sound. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Von Zeke may have not been one of the professor victims?
Hello, you crusty fart nuggets.
Hello. Just in time, because there's a strong heart line right here.
Yeah, I just stepped into the house.
Ah, okay, got ya.
Got it.
Yeah, because was over a friend's house. So, how far are we in?
So first cross-examination, so.
Okay. Okay. There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But...
no buts!
Mm.
Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Arrgh!
Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Alright,
Hold it!
But,
let me just get my Twitch setup going.
yeah. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Doesn't that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different from your mother, Dr. Seif, were at the stand, but...
I read the paperwork of the case. Mama told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written on the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there was no other significant signs of internal trauma. I see.
Slice, slice, slice. Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note eternally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Oh.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
They found God.
They found God in his body? Holy shit.
He was hiding. He was hiding in the one place nobody would think about looking.
Maybe the real professor was the friends we made along the way.
You told him, officer.
Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
If you let me explain.
There's something about just her look up expression I really like for whatever reason.
Oh.
It looks like she's contemplating something very deeply.
I think she's just staring at the fly on the roof is what she's doing.
It can either be that, or it could be something as minute as, did they leave the sink running? just like, I think I need to go buy more milk.
The milk in the fridge is going sour again.
The owls are toppled over again.
I need to get out of the courtroom before talk about closes. What?
I'm taking a sip of my drink. You caught me mid-sit.
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if might slip over a finger, perhaps.
That was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
Why did he just say that? my father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the indigenous quarters of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger.
Yes, you're a doctor.
I understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessors were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check the presence of the ring.
Wait!
Wait, what? What?
I just see Dr. Gray on the left!
You.
Damn, bro, we got the whole squad laughing.
Full body turn looking directly at him!
Man.
Man, you were with my mother. I need to talk to you more. Tell me stories.
It wasn't on my
I've
hand,
never
of
met
course.
you.
Moreover, it was the deep aspirations of his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man then and there, right before my eyes.
Brandon, that is a very scary question.
I don't want to answer that. No. We're gonna
That is
continue
a
on.
scary question. How could they?
We just mentioned a ship name between my mother and this random Jap man.
Mm.
I felt the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from yours in the store.
Good gracious, yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years!
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Ah, well, it's just thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At the precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the storage requires my consent, does it not? Do I care?
Bitch.
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Yay!
Fine.
Look at it immediately! Look at it!
Yep. Gonna just look at that real fast. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
It makes such a dangerous ring. I couldn't swallow it without doing you some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sickly mochi bun about this size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow.
Spicy.
anything else on the ring?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's sharp.
It's not normal. Normally, a ring seen in Japan, they almost look like claws protecting the jewel.
He must examine it very carefully,
That-
Mr. Naruto,
yeah.
even though we already did.
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah, we get it.
Susanna, we just did that.
Yeah, it's probably on this, but just making sure.
Just for my sake, what was the whole testimony again?
Fuck. Well, we're gonna see it again now at this point. Is moved. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. I think this one would be it.
Objection.
Okay, yeah. Alright.
Yeah, because the ring was found inside his body. How did he get there? And we know how sharp it is.
Yeah.
I was right here. I had the testimony. You ignored me.
Objection.
There we go. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at the moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring was in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with! It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy!
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
That Dr. Wilson was in the possession of the ring in advance, after it somehow was stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Suspect... A little bit...
Supposition.
Yeah. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? The evidence, right here.
Oh yeah, I think you could have presented either one of those.
Oh, okay. So it's one of the anyone
Yeah,
to
yeah.
do. Okay.
Yeah, either one to prove that there should be internal injury, but there is none.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the autopsy report. It's explicit. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you tend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says all. What? To swallow the ring of this size, you would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there would be sharp claws around the gemstone that contained it. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
I'm bleeding on the floor, but let me just swallow this ring
Yeah,
real
but
quick.
let me do this real quick.
Gum!
Hey, hang on, bucketless swallowing.
I got the ring popped down. Joker! Joker! I finally swallowed the ring pop!
Joker! I swallowed the ring! Just gonna get it, Joker!
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of his passage down his throat would have remained as eternal trauma. No! And there you have arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why did you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Jason, you want to take Wilson, and I'll take Mikatoba?
Yeah, sure.
Alright.
Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, would you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikatoba?
Well, if he swallowed the ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you expect damage in the throat and the esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Shut up, you're Asian. You don't belong in my country.
Wow.
Rude.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad for your death anymore.
Need I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you?
I'm terribly sorry.
I could think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen.
No.
No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. I can think of numerous ways. Got waiting. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. Give it to me.
I don't think so! And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the storage without permission will not go unpunished.
We can open up the dirt to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch our corpses up with all the secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory? It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about the memory I had of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
I guess in that time. He saved you? Huh? Excuse me?
I mean, for where he stands, that does sound pretty unbelievable.
Yeah.
He does genuinely think that Van Zinks was responsible for his father's death.
It was the ring on his finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target at all.
What? Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in the short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Every time he does that, I think he's really close to breaking that table. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer.
Kazuma, open your eyes.
Ryunosuke?
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at that moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you're so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. Look at that smile. Look at that
Smug ass face.
Yeah, it's a pretty good smug face. Dance, monkey, dance. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy result.
It looks like you just let out a really good fart right now.
It's like, wait, hang on.
Oh no.
Justice.
Really how Britain deals through the courtroom.
That's what he says every time he receives like a huge relief, like when he relieves himself, like when he needs to go to the bathroom, we had to let out he had to let out like a really annoying burp, and she goes, justice. So much so that you are apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that will be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during that autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh!
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never was denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has acted responsibly for his deeds and resigned to his fate. But then...
That is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there is no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Now, much of a scumbag as he is, that statement is a fact.
Yeah.
True. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ah! That autopsy was all above board. There would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart to bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Whoa, loud one.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole! I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If that autopsy were in the investigation, there's no conceivable reason why that man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Yeah, at that point though.
That point. Oh, those results were invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I voice the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living a delusion these 10 years.
Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance here for us, Mr. Naruhodo. We can only shroot that there's a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
A reason why the man would have not said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence! What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? It's the firecrackers! It's his picture! Look at Tobias smiling! That would keep anybody silent!
Oh dear. Goodness gracious.
What in here will be a reason?
That is indeed a sword.
This is like
go
the
back over
only
to the left.
evidence that actually relates to...
Wait, Patrick, go over to the left.
Oh, wait. This is the defense's answer to that question! Damn it. That. Wait,
If it were me, I'd have punched his manager until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence, or that perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of for something.
Is it Kurama that like represents Kazuma?
I don't think so.
Take that!
Now,
It's a goddamn sword! Put the sword down!
You know what? Just for the sake of it, just try the ring again. See what happens. Let's see what happens.
the ring?
Yeah.
Take that!
Now.
Yes, the ring pop. It's delicious. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Let me try another one. Wait, there's one more I want to try.
Which one?
The picture of a young Van Zeeks.
Take that!
Look at it, it's adorable.
Dang it.
Dad, fucking.
We're gonna die!
We have a save point and also story mode.
I am trying to remember too, dear God.
Take that!
What? Okay, hold on. Let's load that back up and then we'll read that one again.
Oh yeah, the jailbreak thing.
Take that!
If it's true that Genshin Isogi's silence during the trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he had been sentenced to death.
My bad. Although I find it, excuse me. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated it that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here a dismissal notice from the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there was indications that a jailbreak was planned prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Isogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Isogi can be explained in no other way!
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence, and now jailbreak conspiracy?
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Calvin? And the poor chief warden of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. Summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
Mr. Sholmes and I were big-braining the shit out of this. My dear friend has appeared to be a little rattle-paired at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you serious? That's what that line should be. Are you serious?
Both men are, unless I'm mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
I only noticed Susato was smiling in that pose, like, yes, good.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Bruh.
God fucking damn it.
God fucking.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Be right back.
I guess I'll leave. Okay, bye.
Silence.
She's gonna stare at the jury, like jury chamber.
With her knife out.
And she's still following Mikitoba, just.
Oh, I burped. I'm not on my laptop right now.
Oh. Okay, I'll cover them in the meantime. Would the new witness please state their names and occupation for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, former governor of the Barclay prison. Everyone calls me God's other persona, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course.
Whoops. Aww.
My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be chief warder at the Barclay prison. There's a reason you've been summoned here in court today. It's to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Look, the professor? We've already been through this whole ordeal a decade ago! And the conclusion was that there was nothing onwards happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he allegedly was executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved with the plot to break out Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. God! Hold on there, laddie! All I did... Witness, Governor Caden. Yes, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in this court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten to witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that there was an intricate jailbreak plot that was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So will you testify to the court now and explain exactly what took place? Very well. Let's begin this their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know about the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay prison 10 years ago. It was the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I was assigned a convict to the chief warder Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't keen if there was any negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire!
Yeah, 6 out of 10 for the Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that there was a jailbreak plot? Hey, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't keen that.
You're saying that you don't know?
Listen, there wasn't anything about the professor face that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealing going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Oh yeah, it's their anniversary! By the way, chat, can you say happy anniversary for my parents? It's their anniversary today.
Happy anniversary,
Yo.
Jason's parents!
Yeah. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? What do you think?
What do you think, Lord Strongheart?
That's the lie. What do you think? It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
And also, we had the Allegro music, so we must be getting somewhat. We're getting somewhat to a point now.
At the very least, we're at the last cross-examination.
Yeah, it was the last day.
Da, da, da.
And you say you didn't know anything? Didn't know who actually issued the directive? Hey, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was for the prosecutor's office, that narrows down. That narrows down who could have. That narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me. I can't even say certainly it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication who was behind it. You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on that ground, as it were, didn't bother with speculation. We just get the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about this at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then. Who else did you know? Who else did know about the plan?
I've no idea, laddie. My part of the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who had been given similar orders. So you didn't know who else was involved? Hey, that's right. All I can tell you is that on the night it actually happened, the person who rhymes was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Seif as she's known now?
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was a professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 old country nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil, I can't apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what happened.
Well, shit, man.
It's an appropriate lie. You made him take all the blame. You pretty much ruined his life.
I'm sorry, so.
Yeah, what about?
Listen, I'm sorry I would erase 10 years of misery.
If you want to give me my paycheck for those 10 years, then we can
And you were really sorry. You would have helped. You would have compensated, but you didn't. You left me high and dry. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Yeah, no, honestly, he probably would have been on better terms if he would have just later on, just Isika told him what really happened and how it compensated him for it. The fact that he did it really left a sour taste in his mouth.
But you've already acknowledged that those orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape! There must have been some sort of negotiation! It's the only explanation! Hey, well, be as it may, I didn't know anything about it. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know. I can know that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
The man was still killed illegally, even if it was a condemned criminal. You may have very well found the complicit in murder, Governor!
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Hey, I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genjin Osogi was shot dead in Loge Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to get the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't say anything about what happened after that, only... Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did something bring to mind, perhaps?
For the last 10 years, I completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Yeah, I'm gonna keep rubbing it in. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What made you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries? There we go. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries? Everything okay, Pat?
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Looks like everything's back up and good.
That's good.
Alright.
Everything chill? Everything?
Yep, it's all green and stuff like that. I just reset my router, so we're all good.
Okay.
Alright, continuing on. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in the prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there was a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. Good. Hey, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Is that where the Asogi papers come in?
Objection!
Yep, alright. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop oh, excuse me. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that would guarantee he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon! Havers! The fella didn't have anything on him like that! But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to his last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ugh. It turns out Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, didn't you, you wee rat? Did I tell you to keep a secret?
You can't touch me now!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of the will through those bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
You wanna go to McDonald's? No. Leave me alone. I told you, I don't like McDonald's.
A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. The prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which it became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered the prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Ugh! Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow! Jinx! What in blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, all right and proper. The fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you pee-wally-gahoot!
You can't criticize me now!
Showed it to you before, didn't I, you lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document right here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as his only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing significant at all. Nothing that would be given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored in Barclay Prison after all these years is actually a fake? As has been clearly demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far above the board!
Oh, that's nice. I didn't even notice that the first time. Nice cutting. It's like, no, we're not doing it 3 times. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. Have you read them? A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting me defend him himself. It's clear the Barclay Prison was hiding something.
It's clear that the jailbreak was the mastermind by someone in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that someone...
Is the Lordship gonna cross over these fabrications?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder!
Then testify again!
A trial must go on! This man's voice must be heard! It would seem that a vocal minority here are utterly blind to the truth! Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found about the Sogia papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was found on an old fella's robe after he left his cell, a kimono I think it was called.
In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell! We looked through all his clothes! It can't be true!
Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, you wee waffana?
Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore.
How are you doing that with your tie? I'm just actually impressed.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't. What? Why were you a chief warder? You should be a mime. You should be a mime. This is impressive. I can't look away.
Look at all the fucks I have to give here.
Actually, now that I look about it again, I think this is literally the same animation from Gregson shaking the one guy kind of deal. I think it's the exact same animation.
We're on a budget!
So,
Can we get a side by side, please?
So yes, this is the Lombax secret of this game, everyone. There you go.
We found it. There it is.
Hey.
Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? He's going faster!
Little and large. What a double act.
We compiled with Asogi's will as far as was possible. We'll comply, my bad. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland, the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we're very much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely.
Oh, you cannot deny the right hand lying as your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Here.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
And like the bomb boot here, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanted to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, The convent has been strictly forbidden to have any writing materials whatsoever.
Yeah, keep that in mind. This all happened over the course of 2 days.
Yeah.
Man, a lot went down over the course. A lot's going down.
Yep.
Yes, you're quite right.
So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barley, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asoga to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if you landed it in the prosecutor's office, you wouldn't have expected it to remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ugh! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Well...
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to keen in on the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you could shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. Also, real quick, audio check, chat, please.
Nope, yep, check. Everything all good, synced up, all that, yeah.
I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery, then.
Well, the thing about that will...
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search of the will, as I understand. Is that right?
Yes, and whenever put it back to the... And whenever put it back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It couldn't have disappeared completely!" in my face.
Hey, well, it's on the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
Oh, look at me, I'm Gaiden, I'm the governor. Ooh, wow, look at me go. I'm a big, strong man with big, strong muscles. I think I can throw my weight around. Ooh.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
Point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who's risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Trevor's experience in Lowgate Cemetery!
Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's where the awful accusation was made.
That you aided Genshin Isogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I need to remember anything after that.
As governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Bitch.
Hold it!
Vigil said underneath his breath.
And the directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
You didn't need it before, and I didn't know now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. document? Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said! Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Sogi's last will and testament and the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony, then, witness.
Hold it!
In Mr. Sogi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him in his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during his few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, the kimono, his sword.
His sword?!
Kuruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget the being soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all time, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have been hurt anyone with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote all that before he came to stay with Barclay, you see.
Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Sukshin ink stone, black sume ink, and some Hashin rice papers, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like squirming masked Jap black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil!
Sir, it was Scarlet, sir.
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to put it out like that.
Less swaying, more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not.
I am unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet.
In the billiard room with the knife?
As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Is there any...
Wait, what does it actually say on it? No, I mean like on like the evidence itself.
Like...
Oh, so I was wondering if they made a note about the ink, but they didn't.
I mean, it's clearly not red at all, but there's like no...
Inspect everything.
Oh yeah, perhaps she... Oh wait, never mind.
Anything related to the professor case? That is a steamship.
Yeah, hold on. Red ink, red ink, red ink, red ink.
There's
Look at
one
the-
piece of evidence you didn't check. Go back to the last two panels. You're on the right track there.
No, this isn't really that.
A piece of evidence mentions scarlet scarlet or red ink. Wait, hang on. Go back to the Asogi papers real quick. Pull them up. I guess every about all materials, possessions, and wealth to be in London be delivered to my son, Kitchen Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Okay.
Have you read every single document?
Pull up the autopsy report. Death from a single stab wound, other certificates.
These are scarlet red ink stains on the red fingers of the right hand. And the... Okay.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Heavens, what? You no evidence to say that? I have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, there's something here that bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink?
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocrats, see, I must freely admit. But I would hazard a guess they don't go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man.
Not funny, didn't laugh.
Did laugh. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What's your point, Counsel?
My point is this, whatever Lord Clint Von Seeks was writing in unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something that troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was conscious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color ink was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in the cell was...
the same document that Lord Clint Von Seeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to believe, it can only mean that yes, Mr. Vigil!
Sir!
When you spotted Mr. Asogi with a document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
last will and testament.
Ugh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Von Zeeks! No.
What?
Objection.
This is madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he'd chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No. Impossible! That's utterly out of the question!
Lord Van Zeeks,
Clint was pursuing the prosecutor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would have never have abandoned his investigations before conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea he would willingly accept his own death is absence!
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing this will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of the document. So what would the will possibly contain?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact the daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom, well, nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection.
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testimony that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Von Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion, but with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Von Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate a jailbreak with a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is the unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered this courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Sato.
So hold your head high and keep soldering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moment, Lord Clint Von Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details of that will were related to the Professor case.
The offense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Flint Van Zeeks was in fact...
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Von Zeeks actually penned on that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council! What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord Von Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No, you can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Von Zeeks himself!
Look at those two. It's finally open, isn't it? Pandora's box.
Great Van Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds through Britain's judiciary for years.
And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice.
But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of aristocracy?
If the general public ever found out law and order in this country would be... My brother.
This is so awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo.
Lord Baruch Von Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize his older brother really was?
Order! Order! Order in court!
Lord Von Zeeks. The Professor made use of his enormous hound as a murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmog. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds beneath the house, he always took Balmog. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar in our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and a board ornamented with a capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why did that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The color you described was Balmond's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
So it's true then?
Clint Van Zeek's really was the professor.
Impossible! These Japanese are making it up as they go along!
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders, nobles, and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened an enormous scandal that would irreversibly dismantle British society.
My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
"10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capitalist rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeek was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the Black Rooster crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish in oneself.
Clint.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years of Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick of noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeek made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Geichi Sogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search for his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point! That's why none of you British can see it! He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes!
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as of yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound at his estate. We need full support of the judiciary on this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy!
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenacious accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Osogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeek's perished.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma's father did...
He made the late Lord Von Zeeks meet the same fate. He put the permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And? What about the will? Osogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence!
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he opposed me at first. What are you buying? Are you off your rockers? We can't do something like that! There's no question that it was Osogi who murdered Lord Von Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short on a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means that's necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help.
The detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Sogi was found guilty of charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Sogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma.
He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself consider this possibility until now. But in light of all of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mayor Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque von Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What bison?
I knew that you played the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. Yeah, it's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod of the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent raid of the Reaper on the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who seared the construct of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire!
Lord Strongheart did it? Could go back to the lines, but still, all those who
All
died.
those who had died in the Reaper's hands were...
Was it the aid of keeping London safe?
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go on no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it.
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, that same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. It was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was Lord Chief Justice of the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him to be a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor!
That will do. Neither Clint Von Zeeks nor Genshin Osogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But...
There are only two exempt pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Osogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned!
Objection.
Yeah, I knew. No.
Oh no, we ain't done yet.
We ain't done yet. I really like the echoed final one that they've been doing throughout this trial kind of deal.
Oh yeah.
It's the big truth dump.
Yep. Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it to this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord! I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues!
I beg your pardon?
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And that to that end, one particular statement made by someone in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. And that's all it is, Kazuma!
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeek's recollection of his brother,
Even Susanoo caught it.
Yep.
but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defense to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we could draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is this contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who.
So was it Van Zeeks or was it Strongheart?
I think it would be... okay, it's like... I know Strongheart is full of shit, kind of deal, but who actually pointed out? Who actually had a contradiction? I think Van Zeeks?
You want to double check?
I think it was Van Zeeks when he said about, like, the murder victims the third victim didn't make any sense kind of deal.
Uh-huh.
So I think that's it. It was Lord Von Zeeks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he just said was a little jarring. Come on, Ryunosuke, go over it again, find it! Lord Von Zeeks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said it is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And even though the inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation! What are you playing at?
I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words?
Did I fuck up? I don't know.
Wait, hang on. Go back to the will. Asogi's will.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's just, so yeah. Oh my god.
Is it possible to pull up the history? Scroll up.
Go to what Van Zeek said?
No, not Van Zeeks. Scroll up some more. It was. Keep going. No, it's further up. Because I think I know what it is. I just wanted to double check.
The culprit. That was my. The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was him who reconsidered my brother's
No,
potential...
it's further up than that. Even further. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Yeah. There
Look at what Straw Hat said right here.
There are only 2 extant pieces from the time: the well-gone ring and the 3-page will and testament left by King. Yeah. Okay. So, Sogi Vapors at that point.
Take that!
Yeah. So it would have to be what Strongheart said at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Cause he said 3 page, and the will only has 2. Hey, big brain.
It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. He said something slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem.
They do at least flash back to it. So.
Yeah.
You fool, you didn't say 2. You said
Lord
3.
Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
Among the statements you just made a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has the right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
I can't believe I caught that.
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged will and last testimony.
Ah!
Could it be that originally there were a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. It was a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Kaden!
What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
I was there for sure. I remember the black widow scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What? What?
Only the first 2 pages of the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd page was a message to the lad back in Japan.
For legal... For legal purposes, we've acquired only his will.
And we would have had any uncomfortable words about Britain go back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me! The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me right now.
My father's message! It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words for his son to be read aloud to the court now.
Your request is denied. The inviolability, there we go. The inviolability
Malden.
The inviolability Malden words could be of no consequences now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot read an actual Roman language.
I actually don't know who's saying
This
that.
beautiful handwriting,
him.
shame on you, Bahari. Oh, okay, Mikatoma. If I could be of assistance here, I would happily translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatoma?
Naturally,
You're still
I
here?
consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate Genshin's message.
We're also talking about the professor case, something that you're involved with, so
Yeah.
in a way you still have a right to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Cosma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. The darkness only our clan's greater sword can pierce. Mighty Kurama, twist the head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head?
Father! Wait, was that really a haiku? Because it's 575, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll check it later myself. I really want to know if they actually did a 575.
Actual strong heart question. What is a haiku?
What is Kuruma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies a Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me. Sorry. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. Also, we can quickly...
Hey, what do you know?
Hey.
Hey, 575!
It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. Then only worn by the prosecution while he confronted Inspector Gregson.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Oh, stop it. I actually did a haiku. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue.
Just gonna quickly refresh the Elgato since noticing it's... There we go.
Audio check 2, please.
Yep.
As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible in the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Von Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother!
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be something in a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings. that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection.
What about Inspector Grayson then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed!
However you dress it up, there's nothing fair or just about that! Lord Strongheart, what exactly are you hiding?
Dr. Oh, sorry, I forgot. For a second, I forgot. Dr. Mikotoba. Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discord for these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo!
I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present!
Don't be absurd! There's nothing of relevance remaining for the time!
Objection.
It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense!
That fucking face.
He's very much aware. I dealt with this more than enough. He has something! What is it for
Fucking, I hear the boss music right now!
Yeah, what do you have? Lord Von Zix. Oh, so this is what it feels like to be on the other side.
I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will finally reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale!
How can you... Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? The hint is a haiku.
Okay.
Oh, check it.
Yeah. The twist the head, watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. So this is a low key that is used to what? Hold on. Hit the heads on. Okay, so it's not this.
You twist the head, but not.
Was that the right one?
Mighty Kurama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, might I make a suggestion? I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh!
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And And I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is the part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as the head in Japanese, but it's pronounced Koshia, I believe.
Kashira? So Mr. Rasogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Look what's inside!
Is that a tightly wound sheet of Parliament?
Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in my final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it. Isn't it?
Mr. Tarahodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Von Zeeks, and the date 10 years ago on that fateful night!
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
It's time.
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here, discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock this entire mystery! My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Kurama?
The ultimate weapon Genji Asogi obtained has lain undisrupted but in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly looks official. My god, it's true. This is my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the content of that document from being read out! Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country! I demand that you hand it to me at once!
Why? What are you trying to hide?
Why?
Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect! Clear the courtroom!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as a Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason!
Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen that will that day?
It's exactly the young Japanese man said.
Read it out! Now!
We have a right to hear what's in that will! A right and a duty! Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't quite going as you hoped.
You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it! The prosecution gives its full support!
Very well then.
No, for God's sake. No! What a pose.
Like raging to God himself kind of deal. I pen this, my last will and testimony, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. In the hour is 11 p.m., and I sit writing in my desk office. My good friend, Asogi, stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of a duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rifle among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of depravity, a demon who has habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile vice, for only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly sent my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held me over threat of exposing my wicked crime and my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have begun this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized I had lost every shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies in this night. I am eternally damned. To my exterior, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Von Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. And as I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man.
But you didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Von Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering the man?
The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genjin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I have fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lone Gate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the Winter Stand, I had words with him. When I took the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seshro, you fool.
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Eknok Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Okay, here we go. Blast! If people found out the convict wasn't really executed. Oh, wait. My bad.
This is still strong art, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
blast! If people found out that the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundation of the Empire. Then...
What do we
That's Jigoku. Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once!
He can't live with what happened. Sorry.
He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go!
What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan!
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever! Come on, Jigoku! Do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Jigoku shot at Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, Now you know what really happened at Loki's cemetery that night. Precisely because people would then question what happened to
Yeah,
to
because
Drebber.
then why did the professor get out, kind of deal? So
Yeah.
Yeah, Asogi would have left, but then Drebber would have been missing for no reason. So that would have it unfortunately made more sense to kill his father because he was supposed to be dead anyway. So
Yeah.
nothing would change. It was Yakoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end. You see, he claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
just before Mr. Chijoku left the courtroom earlier, he said the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
Also, Genshin would technically have more leverage. It's like, oh yeah, you killed that guy too.
Yeah.
Yeah. By that time, Dagoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night?
Good question.
In my bed, on a pillow. These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Von Zeeks from dishonor in his death! Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame! It was unavoidable! It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order! Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittal of those wretched criminals? We had to fight fire with fire! Our courts can't function without a Reaper! Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle! You've done nothing! It's Lord Von Zinks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name!
And Inspector Grayson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you!
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for the Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth of bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who are willing to twist the truth and consort others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk about justice again!
Guard!
Nagato was a mood.
He's also a mood.
There's the cat.
There, yep, there it
There
is.
he is!
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me.
I'm just gonna.
But see, he's doing it at the correct speed. The possible speed.
Can we get a remix with the speed going on?
Swords and smash.
This is also a good sync test as well, so...
Dinner time! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully great grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. He's getting faster. Really, offering for Fari some quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery.
Oh, it's over.
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing, which means I could be indicted for nothing. No.
What?
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
You can't get away with that! You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses!
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure that wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt.
Public order in the capital will completely break down. We'd be cast back into the lawless days of the last century.
I think that's a little overdramatic, but I get what you're getting. I get your point. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think of what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. we have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gresh's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated for the minutiae of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point.
I think what Oshaga has done were quite unforgivable.
But on the other hand,
Isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital?
You can't deny the threat of the Reaper over the years have done wonders for the crime rate.
and by fair means of foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart.
Strong heart, strong heart, strong heart, strong heart, strong heart.
How dare you use your clout against us?
Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary?
This is actually, because I've been playing through P5 Royal and just got to the end of that game as well. This feels like, where have I seen this before kind of deal?
Are you talking about yourself or Kazuma's face?
No, it's just like is this the will of the people kind of deal sort of thing? Holy Grail and all that, yeah.
Speaking of Holy Grail, he just took a sip.
Yeah, there's the Holy Grail right there. With the pile of
What?
jealous.
It's probably the most appropriate sip of the whole game. It's like, we just
I'm not
uncovered
doing this for
everything.
my entertainment. I seriously need a fucking drink right now. Good
We went through
God
this whole
almighty.
saga, Dan, and you people agree with him? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is the master of manipulation. Also, another audio check, just make sure we're all in sync and stuff like that. Yeah.
You conclusively proven his guilt. Yet he still managed to evade justice. I just don't know what else we can do.
Ryunosuke,
It looks like their trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open for me.
You know what to do.
Yes, when all games are over, it's obvious. Okay, yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, when all the games are over, it's an obvious choice. Let the voice reverberate around the courtroom and make the people listen to reason.
Objection!
That was the easy part. But what do I say next?
I can yell. What now? What?
I don't know. I didn't think that far.
I took my stuff inside my house, and sadly, I'm really confused. As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections leave substance behind them, otherwise, they are merely objectionable.
Uh-oh.
The defense has no objections to be penalized in this instance.
Fear not, Mr. Naruhodo. I certainly won't object if you decide to make a perhaps wiser choice now.
Yeah, right. A wise choice. Of course. Here it comes. What do you mean? That's like the one time an objection doesn't work. What the fuck? Yes, I know it only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in this court is evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time of using this particular item we have among this evidence, it's now!
Ladies and gentlemen.
Pull those ears! Pull those ears! Pull
Pull
those ears! Pull those ears! Pull those ears!
We're about to summon a giant-ass himbo on your ass.
By the way, can that be the raid message? Pull those ears?
Pull those ears, yeah.
Oh my. Yes, Mr. Mr. Sholmes asked us if they had the girl on you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced what the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here it goes! Heave!
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tongue will suffice!
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here!
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What the fuck?
It's Mr. Sholmes!
What the Okay.
A walking cycle.
Okay. I was questioning about the telephone technology before this shit? What the fuck? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this?
What is this goddamn
Bela,
bullshit
seize him!
technology?
Put that man in irons! This is a close court! You've been warned once already, man!
We can get him, my lord! We're going right through him!
Let's keep this train on here for a bit.
Let's keep it on here.
My dear fellows, try to catch these hands! Oh wait, you can't! Look at them! Look at these hands!
Oh, my dear fellows! Oh, try again.
Cucaracha!
In defense, is this bullshit? Yeah. On the other hand, it's much more entertaining than talking through the phone.
Hey, Macarena!
Yo, dab it on him, dab it on him.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
Look at man,
He's gaming! He's gaming! He's gaming!
Can't handle this. Hit it. Ooh, I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see,
I like
the
the
great
feel
detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will.
The right one's not even trying. He's just in, like, confusion.
I mean, his friend is already looking dumb already. Why should he join him? Yo, I'm sure I'm just tacking everybody right now. Mr. Naruhodo, I just congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Oh my god! It's already scary enough at great deductions. Now we can just do it at will. My god!
Shit!
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes. I hear some telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted into an electric signal and transmitted instantly in another place.
Quite. Sounds like transmitter, so could not images keep the company amused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
Considering this shit doesn't even exist in the real world, yeah.
10-year-olds got hands.
She got brains. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just want to transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after the shock of your arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out! Oh, I swear to you. Dear me, You, on the other hand, Lord Starheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
Oh,
What?
shit!
You can't be! Buckingham Palace?
Oh, fuck. What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
As soon as he mentioned Buckingham Palace, I'm like, oh.
What? What?
What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty's the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective! That's all! Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the headline shows remote cinematography. You meddling.
This is some kind of nightmare.
No, this is Ace Attorney. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspice of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I have so much to talk about.
Don't call her Vicky! Do not call her Vicky!
Oh my God.
Don't call her Vicky!
Bro, dude. If I was Ryunosuke, I'd be shitting my pants as soon as she said that. Like, oh god, why'd you fucking call the queen that? Oh my god.
She has too much power!
Only 10-year-olds can get away with this.
It's because you're cute. That's the only reason.
It's because you're cute and smart, know how to make tea!
Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. justice in this country need to be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart? The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer are you Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal!
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
Oh, yeah. Ah!
The poor 3DS.
I can hear the 3 screaming in agony on that one.
Well, we have to change courtrooms again.
We had to use every courthouse. We've had to use every courthouse in this building, I swear to God.
Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, yo, thanks! When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Here we go.
Precipitated.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limped body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. Never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
What pains me now is my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Von Zeeks.
Sophie?
In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
He wrote a lot on that page.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baroque, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for your understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for your forgiveness.
Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that his document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution to my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Clint. Now, Strongheart, you concluded that colluded with Seshiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you say about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years realized being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect change needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to assure no remnants of the past remain. How could you? I like everything to run smooth in the exact manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You're very much adopted. You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen for the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final, adjudication to an old friend.
You know, the judge who originally was over this case, so, you know, he should be kind of the judge throughout the entire time. But
I was the only innocent man the entire time. I
am the only innocent judge. I am the
only innocent judge in this entire sub-series.
I did nothing wrong.
I just clock into work. That's all I do. I don't have any alternative motives or shit. I'm here for a paycheck. my lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. Defense Counsel Nohodo.
Yes, my lord?
On behalf of everyone here present at the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimidations. And if a British justice was so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, This might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome the hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for my countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
It's a really good thing I don't have to go to work tomorrow.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Von Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the truth of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who would do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from it grows, until eventually makes us all blind to the guiding light of truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting British justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much!
So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
Seriously, how many fucking hours has it been combining case 4 and case 5 together now? Cause my god. My apologies for any anxiety I caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Von Zeeks.
Crossing fingers for DGS 3, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare defendant Baroque Von Zeeks not guilty!
Woo!
We did it, boys! We did it!
We did it!
Yay!
We overthrew the court system.
We literally overturned the British justice system in under a year.
Maybe the British system of law was the friends we made along the way.
That is all. Court is adjourned. Bathroom break, please.
Break, yeah. Quick. Quick break on this, everyone.
Ah.
Whew. Okay. We'll be right back in like 5 minutes, so hang tight.
Ew.
Alright.
Hey, Vicky.
What?
No, I'm just like Iris calling the queen Vicky.
Oh, Vicky, okay.
Yeah. Hey, Vicky, you're so icky. The thought of being around you make me oh so sicky.
Sherlock, please don't.
Okay. Let's get this done.
You're almost on the other side. You're almost on the other side.
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have you be smiling ear to ear, but you look rather gloom. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiley face, everything will be seen much better.
Hard cut.
Miss Susato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courtroom. For you have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most appallable truth to ever imagine in court today. I feel as though I robbed you of something that you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just too feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Miss Susato? There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my. And he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made the unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said... Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I suppose you fought for justice and truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could ever know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint von Zieks wrote before his duel with my father.
Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to my honor in a duel of 2 final wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my life. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint von Zieks.
What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Think perhaps.
I think that's Mikotoba.
Okay, I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father!
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed, Sheshiro and I would gladly pension the government. We've been through this all already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and tell no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding in there. A lady in the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with a child. The birth is intimate. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend her, please. Your only hope. By any chance, is this child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor I was asked to me from a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and unborn child. But if something were to happen to me, I need to ask her the same favor. You're the only person I know who I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something were to happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never knew though, did you? What a life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seshiro and... No! Not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. And now we know where Iris came from. That very night, I called a train from Paddington to Downtor in Devon. I found an old house in the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting ground lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. It broke her waters and precipitated the labor before she weakened further. It was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the woman's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I can remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was a precious little in it, but but an old travel truck caught my eye. It clearly looked like it looked after over the years, made of top-line leather with fine stitching. But it's when I saw the emblem of the side of everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville.
You mean the woman was the wife of Clint Von Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense! Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care instead? I was completely unaware he had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have a choice. What? Well, your brother said he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever made public, the girl would forever be branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Von Zeke family as much as possible.
I don't believe it. I imagine in this final hour, Lord Clint Von Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I'm honored my promise to Kenshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage to the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would father her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look in my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he had a heart cold. Really, all that can be said I did for the child was give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words...
The name of my... Amaya Mikotoba.
Oh,
Oh!
that's right. A name. Or in English, Iris. Iris.
I had no idea.
Ow!
Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
The little thing pinched me behind my trouser pocket hard!
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you!
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate moves were a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures.
Bruno, Susie!
Oh, Iris!
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reba, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl, again.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present to you at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You promise now? I won't let you forget it. Bye for now, then.
So I'm gonna make Iris his nephew, correct?
Yes, at that point, yeah.
Niece.
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 Yeah,
Niece,
niece.
I mean.
Sorry, yeah. Alright then, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ow! One final pinch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeke, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly. Mr. Naruto, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Von Zeeks! Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't
be foolish. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man who was feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon?
For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been free from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, I'll hit you up on the flip side.
Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. You must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must! It was then, and I came to an important decision about my future. Yeah, that's right, Mikito was big earlier, yeah. And the same dinner again!
Leftovers.
I'm home! Oh god! Ah!
About time you got here. We've been ages, Odie.
Seeing Smug Gina again after a long time. I missed you. What on earth are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, ain't it? I gotta go off with a bang.
I mean, fireworks ideally.
I hate what they ate the fire and smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Friendzone Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. I think so.
I think I'm going to use some songs. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
I'm sure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every in detail now, Bigatoba. Look at that face.
Yep, that's the dynamic. There it is.
Sholmes, please.
Sholmes is the man who recently got into a fandom. He's super passionate about it. And Bigatoba's the one who's either been aware of it for years or doesn't care.
Sholmes, I really don't need to listen to your mixtape right now, please. I'm trying to enjoy a lovely evening with my daughter.
But it's so fun!
Dude, please, your last one gave me nausea for an entire week. I don't need another one.
Well, I can assure you this will give you pleasure for an entire month!
Oh, please,
You simply must listen to it!
You didn't sample the German CD for your samples, did you?
You had to listen to find out, Bigatoba.
That can wait till tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes.
I'll have your word on that, my friend.
The world-famous detective, regulating his partner with tales of his adventures.
His mixtape. No, his mixtape. The tales of his mixtape. We should not care to hazard a guess. Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the truck I found abandoned in his cabin.
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Bigatoba, I can take not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was with you at the scene itself, Holmes?
What? You were? Then why did you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Bigatoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato look so happy in a very long time.
Bruno, there you are. Dinner's ready on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Time to film in boots.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing my copper clobber and going back to what I know best. It's the diver's life for me.
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Jeannie?
Well, the boss ain't around anymore, so...
Oh.
Anyway, no matter how hard you try it, ain't the Reaper ain't gonna step a diver dung dick, ain't it?
Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff for this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
It's the Inspector's pocket watch, and the crown's been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of the Inspector Grigson's career alive, and by taking the responsibility winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with equally fierce detective spirits.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge!
Become a detective.
What are you buying?
Yeah!
Quite right.
What are you buying? What are you selling?
And that's... I feel like we could end the playthrough seriously just on that. It kind of did. It's full circle now. This is character development, everyone.
It gotta be me.
I never
After all,
thought
the
out.
boss was my
I
boss.
never thought I would get so hyped about hearing Gina say, "What are you buying?"
Yes, Jeannie, Yes, he was. Oh yes, and I made a promise, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh. Brandon, we already got a hashtag later if we raid, which is the pull the ears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull the ears!
Alright, Dad, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear it. I'll find your dad and bring them kicking and stringing. By the ears.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget about that promise, Genie. Eh?
Iris?
Well, obviously. I always wonder about who my real daddy is, of course. Of course I have. I want to know where I come from. Thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on that now. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Bigotova,
Yes, Sholmes?
I think I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh!
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remembered countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it were it not for you.
You're an old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this called for a lengthy violin recital. What do you say?
Oh no, no. Please, I told them about the mixtapes, delay it till later. Oh god, no!
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Those are laughs of pain.
Even
My mixtape.
even amidst the most troubling cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning to the evening in this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had.
So anyway, here's Wonderwall.
The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. We don't spend much time in this office, admittingly, throughout the series. I kind of noticed, honestly.
Well, truth be told, like, this office and someone's house are kind of one and the same.
I guess, yeah. Just this particular room, despite being their office kind of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. This attic has been my home and office for almost a year now. I certainly had some unforgivable experience whilst I lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. I think it's Susato.
Susanna.
No.
Oh, Hodo. Oh, Professor!
Susato! No.
Are you alone?
No, I refuse.
I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about important matter she needs to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh, with Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Von Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Von Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Suzuki-san's report in my final days of London, my heart nearly stopped. You slumped across the crux of terrible cases, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskervilles insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decide to investigate that insignia, sooner or later, you made the connection to Von Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes at the time. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast dog that used it as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. all in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been complementing. I see. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's Hounds of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled that what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided we would never allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed the events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it comes, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be coming back with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Lockham student Naruhodo doesn't really have the right to stay, I think. I see. looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be in the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of the seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure in my belief in my client. And I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of the defense lawyer, huh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be when I come back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, sounds as though you made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be another opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night. Susato-san?
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you already gone off.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew what you'll decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Susato-san.
Yes.
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growling late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, Anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum, that should be ashamed of themselves.
Sato-san. Thank you. This is how you know it's the end of a DGS game at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you'll have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris. You do that. Oh boy.
Susato-san.
Oh,
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
Yes.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Reno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
And that is the Great Ace Attorney in its entirety.
You did it! You finally did it! You're on the other side!
Oh, I'm on the other side.
Wait, hold up.
Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta do the Ace Attorney thing. Hold on.
I've been thoroughly... I'm not going to keep up, but I'm going to try.
Billion for the electrical goods and one province in called secrecy! Anyway, I've been deciding on the absence of London in order, a surgeon of distant crimes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that the wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Bruh.
I'm going to use that cosplay, that thing that Iris keeps
Yo,
telling me
shout out to
about.
that, to Kazuno Yuri, that character designer.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. He just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." And it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I invented as well. His hair bred safely. But he said it might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
But the blue one, though.
How did he not use the red lotion I made him?
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of the grim Sunam, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But in the darkness that best suits me no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future.
I'm gonna smash that table.
It's time to practice.
The heat of my heel.
The boss left a note for me, you know. I can read every letter now. A to Z, a big old oldie. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what our Chief Inspector Toby and I are gonna do to Londoners.
I only wish I could have said the old grateful I was before. You know?
Aww.
Aw.
Why is that an all depressing note, Regina? Aww.
Aw. Oh, speaking of depressing note.
No.
What are you buying? Gina, the truth is, I'm not the obstinate fella you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me of what I need to be myself. I got one more job to take her before it's time to London town for the foreseeable, and then I gotta complete your education in the art of the detection.
Yeah.
What are you buying? What are you selling?
Thank you, and good night.
Look at that face!
Aw.
You know you love me. Oh shit. Your Excellency!
This man is accused of illegal entry!
Objection!
Oh.
A foreign affair.
Objection!
Objection! Overstate overruled! The mister has been detained and put it
Who's
anyway!
that bitch shut the defense of the woman's on fire in the courtroom?
Oh, really? My friend is out on the breeze of the courtroom all the time. Is doing a wonderful job.
Perhaps I should engage in services of regular legal team.
Oh yeah, we left this man out on to fend for himself.
He did break into the guy, like, Jojoku's office.
Yep.
He was evil though.
Oh boy.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts in filing corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on a whole. I like to own my own filtering skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Gloria was one of my characters I didn't expect to love as much as I did. I thought she was pretty neat.
I wanna fillet a fish, Mama. You wanna eat fish? No, daughter.
Oh.
Here I am again, I'm gonna bitch on the invention of my dear old university friend. And he sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around and that everything had been settled. But what have I done? I'm so excited. I picked this for the hotel and now I can afford the bill. Oh, bro, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just fed into the dinner sometimes.
Should have gone with a Motel 6, my friend.
Oh.
Yo, the Motel 6, yo, bro, yo, Patrick, have some decency.
Okay, the Hampton, fine.
There we go, better.
Oh, look at this chat.
I went to make a walkway impression of the killer of the cemetery. I realized what had happened. But even the witness stand of the highest court of the land, I could never spend it all. The Lord Chief Justice and I have stood a bargain, you see. For a faithful reduction of the vintage, there is nothing we two-spells could not do.
Well, at least their business didn't go out, from that case, so, hey.
Yo, this professor's case is about to be more lit.
She was
I'm about
one of the best
to get
designs
more
of the
money
game.
from it.
Yeah.
And everyone calls me Gossip. I saw jolly little tidbits I'm passing by, Everyone calls me Pepino, and I saw the spaghetti. I'm more random.
Everyone, they call me! No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Dally, how charming. You made a lot of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it together.
Huh.
Okay. Yo, are we gonna see the firecracker lady again? Bum, 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 bum,
So,
oh,
so I'm still hearing the gunshots.
Okay,
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Kurama in your care.
our ship awaits.
not that one. Not the one behind you. The other ship.
Need some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by the great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, so
Hey!
Clap!
She said the thing! She said the
everybody
thing!
I want clapping emojis right now.
Aha, I got the last 9.
Aw.
Also, look, the eye is filled.
I want to see that picture. Oh my god, yes!
Cat!
Yeah.
Kitty!
We're gonna bless that cat the entire game.
Yeah, the cat was just kind of gone.
Toby, step aside. Toby's here.
Cat, I sleep. Dog, I wake.
Hey, I mean, Toby is the bestest DGS boy. You cannot convince me otherwise, kind of deal.
By the way, I'm a Naruhodo Susanoo kind of guy.
It's like, I don't know if, like, probably not, like, not romantically for me kind of deal, especially with the age gap, but, like, no, they just, like, they're kind of just go...
No, later. Later on in life, I 100% believe that they get married, like later on. There were just, for me, there are too many things in the game that made me go, later on in life, them, right there.
I don't know if they'll, like, get married or anything, but they're gonna, but would spend pretty much the rest of their life with each other's company, I think would be kind of the...
Because Phoenix and Maya, 100%,
Best friends, you know?
Like, best friends to the end. These two, I just went, no, there's something more here. There's something more here, let's see it later.
Damn, we didn't even get to see how Rudy and Green is. Dang game.
That was also my hot take that got me banned from the server.
Ah, man. That's sucky.
But anyway, you are now on the other side.
Yep.
I
have seen all DGS has to offer at this point. At least main story-wise. There's the escapades and stuff like that, but you know.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's the British-Russian layer there.
Where my balloon? Go get it! Come on! Come on, man, it is up on the screen, I still see it!
There's a lot to talk about. Do you want to just start right now?
Oh my god, I feel like I want to get to the screen before because I'm still processing everything I want to say, because, man, it is such a different feeling from the end of the DGS 1 playthrough to the end of this playthrough kind of deal, because, my god. Yeah, I know that these are one complete story, and I definitely see that now, you know, playing through it, but there is not a doubt in my mind DGS2 is the far superior game by leaps and fucking bounds kind of deal.
Like, I would, because, like, in my brain, like, the difference between, like, the dualology of the Great Ace Attorney versus the original trilogy, is that I would describe the original trilogy as, like, episodic.
Mm-hmm.
Because Phoenix is the main character, but it's not really.
Hold on. Yo, look at these two chats right here.
Yo.
Look at my impressive moves, Mr. Sholmes.
Yo, look at him go.
Evacuate the dance floor.
You get out of here.
I did not expect Judge Jingoku to be that much of a dick, kind of deal.
More Strongheart a villain? Yeah, makes sense. Judge Koku? Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I know, right? Like, we all knew that Strongheart was gonna be the final boss. Like, we all kinda knew. So...
Jingoku just came out of left field just went, oh!
Wait, what?
Like, oh, so those are your true colors?
What? Yo,
well,
let's do it! Let's do it, fam! Let's do it!
Hello, partner. Let us engage our long phallic swords at each other's direction.
Let us see who gets into Smash Brothers. Dude, like the DLC is over. What?
Wait, what?
Then,
you missed the direct. You were in the case the entire time.
The next Capcom crossover game. Then.
We can strive for that. We can strive for that.
We actually have swords. Maybe we have a chance.
We have a chance.
But like in my mind, like the way I see it, like the original trilogy, it's more like a episodic story because there was really no like building to a overall story conclusion. Like DGS is more of an epic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an adventure story with lawyers.
Yeah.
Lawyers and strange detectives.
There we go.
The Great Ace Attorney 2.
Resolve.
Resolve.
Oh.
Hey, look at that image.
Yo, that's pretty neat. Pretty neat art. Okay,
We shall become friends with benefits because we can't really do anything in this time period.
Alright,
I'm just saying that it's gonna ship us anyway because
yeah, I'm just gonna pull up
that tension.
I'm gonna pull up the artwork in here real fast just so we can talk over that as we discuss. Okay, so that's the ending of it. All right. Yeah, well, I'm just going. Wait, hold on. Why can I zoom in on this one all the way? What? Is there a?
I guess there's a limit.
Is there a image of just that artwork by itself?
I don't think so.
What do you mean I can't zoom in anymore? What the fuck?
No, they both have to be on screen. They're they're the complete package.
Okay, then you know what? We'll use this one then. How about that? we'll go with this one. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna actually just stop the Elgato catcher at this point. Cause we're
I got a good image for you. Hang
okay,
on.
then pop that my way and
pop it my way.
pop it my way.
You can finally see the DGS2 chat.
I know, right?
You may enter.
I can enter Nirvana. Alright, so let me get the image up and then I'll blast the DGS2 credits theme in the background kind of deal.
I do like the credits theme, but I do ultimately think that the
DGS 1 credits theme is like my favorite theme of the franchise, full stop for me.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by Lord of the Six that by Strongcore hasn't stopped.
Alright, and then I'll just put on. Actually, I don't need to pull up YouTube. I have the auditorium right over here. So let me from the vault. What song should I put on for the?
I was gonna say the partner's arrangement, but.
Well, we could do partner's arrangement. Yeah. No. Okay. Actually, wait. No, I don't think it actually loops in here. Wait, shit.
I think it does loop. I think.
Okay, then we'll do that. We'll put partners on for that. Guys, I don't think we're gonna do memes tonight. There will probably be a bonus stream for DGS where we go for the gallery and stuff like that. So we'll probably do it then. Just tonight's going to be late already, talking with our thoughts on the game and stuff like that, because you know there's a lot to talk about with this, and my God, like.
Alright, I guess just to get a starting point going, but like any character glow ups from the first game to the second game.
Oh, I think the major one for me is Sholmes. Just straight up. I don't know if it's just this. Like even replaying DGS 1 in this collection, Sholmes kind of bothers me in the first game because it never really feels like he's an actual detective for me a lot of the time. Where I think he's played up a little too comedically, and it doesn't actually feel like his intellect comes in at all. That's not in this game. I think there's a much better balance to it. I think he actually has really strong emotional moments in there as well. He comes in clutch multiple times for, especially at the end there, my God. And I think him having his friendship with Mikatoba also really helps in that regard too. Kind of deal. So I can safely say I didn't feel it in DGS 1, but in DGS 2's I get the Shown sight now at this point for that. So I would say that's one of the major glow ups for me right away.
Remember when we just saw Mikatoba as Suzuto's dad?
I was so worried he was gonna end up being a villain, like, kind of throughout. I was so worried, but no, I actually really liked Mikatoba a lot.
This man went from like, he's just that character to look at this absolute Chad.
Look at this unit right over here. Oh man. The biggest victim of this game is Schultz's favorite coffee cup, yes.
Alright, then, another thing. Baroque Von
Oh,
Zeeks.
man, like, my biggest problem with him in the original game was mostly that we didn't see him outside of court, so we didn't really get a good idea of who he is and stuff like that. He's much more fleshed out this time. So I really enjoyed Von Zeeks. I don't think he's quite in like the top 3, but he's probably like my number 4 prosecutor in the series now, kind of deal. Especially when we all find out about his brother and stuff like that at the end of this case. At this point,
I'm saving the biggest one for last.
Okay.
Yeah. No, don't worry. We're gonna talk about him for a while, so I'm saving him for last. So the next one.
We did. Me and Sophie were talking about this a little bit. I do feel like Iris was a little bit underutilized in this game because, like, she's a lot in the first game, and then she kind of disappears for most of this one. I would say.
I feel they built her up very well in GGS 1, and you get to GGS 2, and she kind of just goes in the background. Like, even her story arc with her, regarding her father, it just kind of gets solved without her even on screen.
Like, without her on screen, yeah.
Yeah. Which, it kind of kind of wonders, because it does feel like DGS was either going to be like a trilogy or a much longer game, and it certainly feels like Iris got the short end of the stick on that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to do at least one case where Iris was, like, the assistant the whole way through.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that was basically case 5 of the original game.
And unfortunately, due to like, forces outside of his control, he only has one more game for the Great Attorney. So it would make sense that stuff that he probably had planned to do with Iris had to be cut.
Yeah.
because just didn't have the time to do it.
The fact that she's the only main character who had the short end of the stick is still amazing.
Yeah. I mean, considering everybody else I think was done so well, especially, man, like, if I didn't already love Susanoo, for the first game, this game kind of just, once again, reconfirmed she is best assistant, full stop, kind of deal, in terms of actually doing her job and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. She was great for I really loved her case. It's weird to, like, call case 1, like, technically the weakest out of all of them. That's not me calling the case bad. It's still, like, better than most of DGS 1, honestly, in terms of case quality. It's just more, every case in this game kept going up from the last one kind of deal.
Yeah. Bang, bang.
Yeah.
It kept building and building. Oh, and, what are you buying?
Oh god, man. I don't know how to feel about Toby after, all of that info, because it's a lot to dump on you. Because, I mean, I guess I feel a little bit better of it now, knowing that I was all strong heart behind everything, and Gregson was following orders kind of deal, but still, it's like, he more just had the dirt on it. Strongheart had dirt on him and basically just forced him into, into being part of the Reaper scheme kind of deal. It definitely sheds it. Like, the whole stuff at the end of Case 5 of the original game is like nothing compared to this shit kind of deal at all. My god.
Yeah.
Gregson be like, oh, yeah, the Reaper. Him, it's like me now, like, Fit, you fucking know. What I do like is that you can. It's a lot of interpretation of how much Gregson feels about regarding his Station the Reaper, it's pretty much left to interpretation. I think what really helps is his relationship with Gina in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, once again, Gina, just the MVP of, like, the side characters kind of deal. Easily my favorite one. And I love that she became a detective. I love her little dog. Her dog is, like, the most precious thing in the world. And I actually really like this whole thing of her now having to live up to Gregson's kind of legacy and stuff like that.
I actually has more stuff in development more than Iris in this game.
Yeah, I think probably because they probably didn't expect people to really like Gina as much as I think they did, kind of deal. So probably they wrote Gina a lot more stuff for this game. I feel like was probably what kind of went down.
Gina,
give her a break, please.
Probably still won't get one if there's a third game at this point, because Gina is apparently suffering, you know?
I guess talking about villains, Strongheart, it was obviously Strongheart was going to be like,
yeah, we knew from the beginning he was going to be the villain, kind of deal.
But that, all that being said, how do you feel about Strongheart as the villain of the Great Ace Attorney?
Like, I was a little bit of when he was actually being the judge, I was like, okay, this is an interesting idea kind of deal. It's, when we actually got into, like, the nitty-gritty of it, I actually really liked him as a villain, kind of deal. I felt like he actually had pretty strong motivations, done of trying to keep it all in check, and then, like, it's actually one of those villains that really works, because sometimes you have, when you have one of these kind of villains that has the big trickle-down effect, where, you know, it's like, oh, I was the mastermind behind everything. Every little thing done throughout the entire series was all me, kind of deal. Sometimes you can lean into that a little too hard, and it makes it like, and it can make the character not really work. I don't think that was the case with Strongheart, though.
I think what makes it work for Strongheart is, like, they really nail home how hard he has been trying to hide everything for years and make everything run exactly how he wants it. Because the closer that we were getting to the truth, the harder he was really trying to push back against it.
Yeah.
And so like how hard he was fighting and how easily he manages to flip, like, the judiciary to his side. I was
definitely getting a lot of, you know, we had the game stuff with the clapping, but I was definitely thinking a lot of Von Karma stuff in just in terms of being in a position where he just could not be touched, kind of deal. Sort of deal, which made the solution to it all the more gratifying, I think. It didn't feel like an asshole for that.
Which is why him being the judge of the final case does make a lot of sense, even from, like, purely a visual standpoint, because
he's above everyone, you know.
Yeah, because where he stands, he is a tall man.
Yes.
like towering over everything in this courtroom, because that's how he sees himself.
Like the most horrifying thing regarding about it is the amount of scapegoating, because he technically didn't do any murder. He just made other people do it for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I really liked his excuse at the end of just like, I didn't actually do anything. You can't pin me on this at all. Oh, kind of deal.
I never ever got my hands dirty. I never ever got my hands dirty. And like, all I did was bargain with people. And when he said all that, I just went, oh, he's right though.
Just like,
he's right.
Just like, it's one of the times where actually, like, where sometimes, you know, Ace Attorney, like, you get the person that's obviously the killer, they're just like, oh, but you gotta put this one very specific thing to, like, prove I did it once and for all, kind of deal. This was like one of those times where it actually really worked out. Also, I think Strongheart might take the case for like most breakdown animations and stuff like that, because he had a lot throughout this entire case, honestly.
He broke his case, fell over, the scale fell behind him, and just broke.
Well, not even that, it's just like his agitated faces and stuff like that near the end as well and stuff like that. He had a lot.
Oh yeah, all that, yeah.
There's a lot for this man.
I do love how they actually use the clapping as like a false sense of security. Like, oh, this is the breakdown. Oh no. Oh,
no, the
he's
case is still going. I guess on that, how'd you guys feel about the twist on who the professor actually was, kind of deal, for you guys on that?
I like it. It makes sense, like in terms of what's built up for. I mostly just like how it affects mostly Van Zeeks and Kazuma in terms of the cases and the little twist around.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause like as you're going through it, like you get the idea like very clearly that like Genshin is actually an innocent an innocent man.
Mm-hmm.
And I originally guessed in the past that I didn't get to that it was Clint right away, because my brain just went, oh, was I get you that it's very clearly Strongheart.
Yeah.
And so it didn't catch me off guard that there was one person between
Strongheart and you know the what actually happened. Yeah, that's kind of the boat I fell into as well. Kind of deal. I didn't quite predict that part.
That's probably the benefit of having Strongheart, the more obvious, bad guys, that you don't expect other characters to have that insight, like Gregson, Clint.
I will still say,
Japanese judge.
Yeah. Oh my God, Jijoku was we were saying it earlier. I was not expecting him to be as kind of conniving as he was, kind of deal at all.
Fucking Kakanezi Naruhodo, let's call it a murder, like, dude,
what the fuck?
Hey, bro, I'm innocent. You know it. You know I'm innocent. you know. And just how fast he was willing to turn on Genshin when he was just offered a sheet of power.
Yeah, I know.
I think it said something like Genshin and Claire are pretty much dead, but we can pretty much tell a lot about their characters through how people talk about them.
Yeah.
Honestly, I will be honest. As soon as they mentioned the whole background, like, oh yeah, Iris is a Van Zeeks. It's pretty obvious by that point.
Yeah, I would say so too. Kind of deal.
That's the unfortunate thing, is that now knowing that twist, I wished Iris and Van Zeek interacted more.
Yeah, they really don't, honestly. I guess it's like the Apollo Trucy problem kind of deal, you know.
It makes sense. It's just the fun.
Except the difference is Van Zeek knows the answer.
Yeah, which makes it a little better.
One of them actually knows the truth, and the other said Iris, we'll tell her later.
Yeah, when things die down.
Yeah.
Shit. Just the idea of like brooding, grooming prosecutor, tiny little girl.
Yeah.
It could make for like a interesting dynamic.
Yeah. Also, I wanted an entire game of Shulbs and Mikatova, just solving cases. I really want that now.
I also want that, but again, you want to know who wouldn't be for that?
The estate, yeah.
The state, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Speaking of them, though, those dancer deductions.
Oh my God! Which I want to say, just in general, the deductions were way better this time. Because in the first game, I think they're in part lacking in the presentation that this game has, because they really got the most out of the 3D this time. I didn't mind that there wasn't anime scenes at all, because honestly, I think these were actually better in my eyes, honestly.
It's probably the benefit of having a better idea how to use the software.
Yeah. But also just the deductions, I think they don't go as off the wall as last time, or they just really lean into it, kind of deal, and just make them entertaining as hell, kind of deal. Because I don't know, it's like when you have ones like the one in Case 5 of the original game, where it's like, oh, he went for the whole kind of deal and like it took the entire story, like, okay, like, just fucking stop, kind of deal. This one is like, there's somewhat of a thread of logic to it, but you're also, it's just one of those, he just takes one tiny detail and just goes the fucking distance with it kind of deal.
Please, I want my gravity theory to be correct. Please be correct, please.
My favorite one is still the one in Case 4.
Oh,
because,
yeah.
that one more than any other wood is just, alright, this is pure comedy. Let's have some fun with this one. Let's have some fun with this one. A bit. And the ending of Shaw's getting uppercutted and landing on the couch on top of Mikado. The beginning of getting back to the house, you just hear German music and we just slowly pan
It's just
over.
like, that one is just, there's a lot to take in with this scene kind of deal.
One of my favorite lines for that deduction is when
Is
they
that-
saw this. No, not even that. I like that one a lot. But it's Sho's asking Naruhodo why he bought the music in the first place. I was like, why are you asking me?
I will say, I definitely thought the comedy was a lot stronger in this one too. I laughed a lot more throughout,
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, but those special mention goes to that Mikatoba deduction at the end.
Oh my
though.
god, the absolute Chad going through. Also, Mikatoba was like one of my favorites to voice, honestly, throughout the
Yeah.
game. He's a very natural voice, but I got to do a lot with him. He was a lot of fun
Yeah.
to do.
But like the really cool thing about that final deduction between Shows and Mikatoba is that I feel like it recontextualized both Shows as a character and the dance of deduction before that, because there's two popular interpretations. Either one, Shomes is just playing around more in the earlier dance of deductions to teach Naruhodo, like an emphasis of his line, like, okay, no more games, let's actually do this for that deduction. Or the second interpretation is that it was a the Sherlock and Wilson team. He literally needed the other to fully amount the whole deduction. It was definitely like an entire partner thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I needed my Watson. I like you a lot, Naruhodo, but you ain't my Watson.
But you ain't my boy.
Like,
You ain't my boy.
as soon as he has his Watson back, he nails it completely.
Yeah, that's why I did
got
like
it.
that. It was just like, because they were totally in their element and didn't skip a beat kind of deal.
It was like that. That's like, okay, I get it now. I get it.
I think, like, talking about, like, because this game only really has, like, three case specific villains.
Yeah.
Of those three, though, Enoch Drebber's my favorite in this game.
Enoch Drebber's a pretty good one, I would say. I do like him quite a bit. On there. Also, I think every Case's villain was good. I like the. I felt the one in Case 1 had a good motive, kind of deal that made a lot of sense for it, especially tying back into the first game. The second one, I love the twist on it of that Green was trying to kill Shakespeare, first kind of deal. Drebber, of course, we talked about before, and then Strongheart, and I guess Jigoku.
Yeah.
But,
I get, because, like, you want to be super technical. Case 4 is in Case 5, and then Case 5 starts halfway through. Then, like, actual Case 5 starts halfway through.
Which I will say that I think the other thing that really helps this game is the pacing for it, because it is so much better than the first game. Because I think especially just having the 2-day structure for a lot of these trials really helps it, because there was definitely times in the first game I was like, okay, I'm just getting tired of the investigation, or I'm getting really tired of court at this point of, like, especially when it was just be like, oh, we gotta have two, witness things, and, like, two jury things, and, like, oh, we gotta... It made cases kind of drag out for a lot longer than I felt like they did. This game, I didn't feel like as much. It didn't have to rely on those crutches as much, for, like, the... point something out that one of the other witnesses said, or do the jury thing. It felt like it got to be just standard Ace Attorney again with a DGS twist on it, which is why I think I ended up enjoying the pacing on this a lot more throughout.
Like, going back through this with you guys, I already really like Case 3, but case 3 in this stream was wild.
Fucking
It was really
fucking
fun.
Kazuma. How we took him, my god. I think it added to that.
But I think like Kazuma, the voice of Trevor, Yoda appearing. I really reach.
I've been watching let's plays with people reaching case 3 in this game, and it's amazing how many people got stumped for most of those decisions, because you really got to think on those. And some of the testimony, like, it's not obvious. Sometimes you have to go back and forth. Like, you take information from this, and you have to go to the other testimony to point it out and whatnot. Like, they really make you think.
Yeah.
But,
I think it's time we
Yeah,
cracked
his
and not
name-
open up the biggest thing about the
Yeah,
biggest thing about
his
this one.
name got dropped. His name got dropped.
All right, let's talk Kazuma at this point, because okay.
What do you think of Kazuma Asogi?
Okay, especially with how I felt about him in the first game. Like, I loved him in case 1, and then I felt like his death in the case 2 was like I was really worried because it felt very Mia to me at the time, kind of deal. And I still don't have very high opinion of that case in that game, especially that's where I think a lot of the basic issues are shown. But anyway, when he showed up again as the apprentice, and I identified him right away, I was really worried that Kazuma was just going to be brought back just because of fan appeal, kind of deal, and like it would really get in the way of the plot, sort of deal, and make his death feel unearned, kind of originally. They took Kazuma in a lot different direction at this point than I thought they were going to do, and actually fully utilized him. So now he's honestly way more of a character than he was ever in that first case now, and especially, God, I am so happy they chose to make him the prosecutor. That was such a good call on that one.
Listen, Baroque, you're fine. But the minute that Kazuma got back in, it was just a curse stop battle for me. Like, he goes on that prosecutor bench, and I'm like, oh, I missed this man. I forgot how much I missed Kazuma.
I was definitely
right
like
here.
as soon as like he said like I got another like prosecutor for I'm just like, it's fucking Kazuma. Oh shit kind of deal. But yeah, especially having him tied to the whole professor thing and stuff like that, and giving him more of a purpose. I ended up liking Kazuma way more now, in retrospect.
Gonna be honest, I think getting through DGS, now that you know everything, Kazuma quickly rose to be one of my top 3 favorite prosecutors of Ace Attorney.
It's weird
like,
to call it's weird to call him a prosecutor because he only the best prosecutors because he technically only prosecutes one case kind of deal. So
He prosecutes one case, but he's really good at it.
Yeah, but man, when he got in there, he only had one case, but that was a really good prosecutor case for Kazuma.
Yeah.
I really enjoy Kazuma as a prosecutor. I think what really helps Kazuma stand out among other prosecutors is one, how quick-witted he is towards Naruhodo. 2, the fact that there's a friendship between them, that when Naruhodo makes a really good deduction that he actually goes to compliment him. Like, Kazuma isn't afraid to poke fun at Naruhodo, but he also tells him, "Yo, that was awesome. Gee, that was awesome. Good job."
That's why That's why we made the joke. So as soon as he compliments Naruhodo, it's just like, here's the backhanded comment. Here it comes. Here it comes.
And Kazuma also having the knowledge of how a defense, having the training of a defense lawyer, really knows I know when you're going to take this, and I've been there myself. He's a
confident Godot, is what he is, honestly,
Because there were a lot of points where Naruhodo made a really good deduction in the trial, and Kazuma just went, "Good job. I also thought about that, and that's why I did this."
I was waiting for you to do that, so here you go.
Like, it really felt like Kazuma was playing 4D chess for Naruhodo, and Naruhodo slowly caught up to him.
And then Naruhodo by the end started playing 5D chess kind of deal.
Like, yeah, like honestly, Cosmo's biggest weakness was that he was just so enraptured by the idea that it's Baroque. It had to be Baroque.
Yeah.
All my 4D chessing is straight to Baroque, and then it just shatters. He's like, shit.
Which I do like. I knew we were kind of naturally getting to this point when Cosmo was coming in, but I really love Naruhodo's arc in the first game was somebody that didn't want to be a lawyer at all to someone that fully accepts his title. And in this game, I felt like it was transitioning from being obsessed with making sure he succeeds because of Cosmo's will and stuff like that, to now because that's what he wants to do. That's what his goal is personally now. At this point.
I love Naruto. I love Ryunosuke's whole arc in DGS because Ryunosuke from the beginning is so different than Ryunosuke at the end.
I will say honestly now, I think I actually like him more than Phoenix at this point. For me, just in terms of the gigantic fucking arc he went through throughout this series at this point.
Yeah, and that's also why I really love Kazuma, because not only he's a really good character by himself, but the way he compliments Ryunosuke in the arc, like he pretty much introduces just like some sort of like pedestal figure, like the one we missed, the Lelor, and then when he comes. And then you bring him back and actually have him be Ryunosuke's final opponent. It's just like, oh, that's so good.
Because in whole of his like character story, the setup between Ryunosuke and Kazuma is very very obvious. Because you can see that Ryunosuke's arc is him becoming a defense lawyer, and we see how pretty good Kazuma is at how good of a defense lawyer Kazuma is is in the first game. So that's just like establishing the benchmark for Ryunosuke to reach. And then you get to case 4 and 5 of this game, and not only see Ryunosuke being able to match Kazuma, but near the end, even being able to surpass him and do something that Kazuma could never have done on his own. It's so satisfying to see. Watching Ryunosuke strike that all confident but all too familiar pose that we see Phoenix do countless times in in his game it's so good. Let's just lay it down that Phoenix is that ancestor right there. He got the pose. He's leaning back and everything.
The animation work in this game is so much better. My God, I
also feel like the animation in DGS also really helps make Naruhodo stand out for Phoenix.
Yeah,
because his animations also tells you a lot about his character.
Mm-hmm.
And the uses of them, because there are just some animations we don't from the beginning that you just don't see anymore.
Yeah. I think that was a good moment of for example, even in the first game, and also in this game, when they bring back the weak table slam kind of deal, when in case 5 of the original, when it was the message means nothing kind of deal. It's what kind of deal? And then this one, when they had to talk about the wax figure, no, please, I assure you, this makes sense. This makes sense.
This is not stupid. I swear to you, this is not stupid. Listen to me. I swear this all makes sense. Just hear me out.
I really hope the animation work for this gets implemented in later Ace Attorney games, because they really helps with the character and feeling the.
Also, thank God for the voice for the dub of this one actually being pretty damn good this time around.
They nailed it out of the park. It was definitely more important for DGS 2 since it needed to focus a lot more for their voice acting on that.
Going back to the animation, I think one of my favorite uses of the animation in this was in the very beginning, whenever Ryunosuke was going through evidence or presenting it will always be him shuffling through the papers just when he was just looking at evidence. Mm-hmm. But now the further you go along, when he was confident about presenting evidence, he would just like already had it ready, papers in hand, pointing at it, and later on they will only put back out that animation of him like going through his papers where he was presenting and looking at a lot of evidence at one time to get his point across, and not just where is it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, man. Look, I'm just trying to think of more shit to talk about because there was just so fucking much.
The music implementation in this game.
Oh yeah, I will definitely say I like this soundtrack a lot more than the original game. I like the variations of different themes. Honestly, I think the Professor theme might be my favorite song in DGS2. Honestly, for me, I really love that.
Like, there's a lot of good ones.
The Overlude track, the
Prelude.
The Prelude track.
The Prelude to Pursuit.
Yeah, that's such a good idea for like a track. It's like, oh, you're getting there, you're almost there.
By the way, your boss music.
That's what it feels like. That track starts playing, it goes, oh, I'm about to take you down.
No, it kind of reminds me of, like, say, Devil May Cry. This is gonna be a weird comparison, but Devil May Cry, when you're like, you know, they have the dynamic music system where, like, you know, it starts playing at the different part of the song no matter how well you do, and then it's like when you get to the A rank of the song, it just like keeps like, in like Devil Trigger, it's like. It just keeps like ramping up on that. It's just like begging, like, come on, get to the S, you know you want it, kind of deal. And
like,
that's definitely what I feel like Prelude to Pursuit is, kind of deal.
I thought that the Pursuit theme by itself was like an okay Pursuit theme, but in this game where they added the Prelude, I just
that's what solidifies it, kind of deal.
Yeah. That adds a lot. Okay, now I really like this Pursuit theme.
Like, I would say my two top tracks for me, also honorable mention for Suzuto's Objection and Prelude theme. It was very underutilized. It's just a shame because it's really hype. But yeah, I would say it's Kazuma's Prosecutor theme, just because of the left motifs and the fact that, like, Kazuma's theme was already a really nice theme, but considering what it represents and how they just turned a nice, calming, like, melancholy, like, mellow theme into a very ominous and, like, you feel both chills and very, like, oh, I don't know how I feel about this kind of feel, like, you're using this melody against me kind of feel.
It's a fusion of Kazuma's leitmotif with Baroque's instrumentations.
Yeah.
And there are also some hints of the Professor theme in there as well. So
yeah.
It's kind of mixed. It's like if you make a dark version of Phoenix Objection themes, like, oh.
Which looking at the image again, the other thing is I really liked a lot of the witnesses this time as well. Like a lot of really fun ones. I like the press guy who, you know, was the first, you know, the killer for the first one. I really like the fireworks girl, kind of such a
bitch
brat kind of deal with that. The gas people, Madame Dispels, which, God, when cons become a thing again, I really hope we see a lot of cosplays of her because her design is fucking aces.
Her design is just one of my favorites in like in this whole game. Her design is like
let's see, Dr. Gory, of course.
Which one?
Both of them, honestly.
Scythe
I would say
Gory, yeah.
I would say Gory more than Scythe. Kind of deal, but I felt both were pretty good on that. Even Hairbrain went from, like, in other games, I feel like he would be such an annoying annoying victim, kind of deal, but he ended up actually being a lot more interesting than I thought he would be.
Like, the thing that helped him is, I think, like, the only thing that keeps it from being annoying is after the first day of being in court, him realizing that all right, I made a misstep and I'm really sorry about that.
Yeah.
Him apologizing for that is what really keeps him is what really keeps him being annoying and makes him like more likable.
And I also appreciate that moment is also used to strengthen Ryunosuke's character in that sense as well.
Yeah.
So, that. But yeah, the other awesome theme, Partners.
Oh yes, Partners is
That-
such a good track.
Like that's why it's considered the unofficial main theme for DGS2 for a reason, just because it's a really good track the way it's used in the game is, and the whole implications and the meaning regarding it. It's just really good.
Yeah.
Tap dancing intensifies.
Oh god, like this is the game where I really felt Shu Takumi like come back into his element, kind of deal. Because I was caught off guard so many times, and things didn't feel like ass pulls. You know, it felt planned. You know, throughout. I wasn't getting annoyed. Much throughout this game. Like, I loved the twist that Mikatomo was actually, you know, the partner character to.
That's one of the best twists in the game. Just because
Yeah.
you weren't even thinking about that being a twist.
Yeah, I
No,
love
because
that.
you were just so focused on Dr. Wilson, and then it's like, oh no, it's like the Dr. Wilson bit is just a red herring.
Yeah, I love that. I love, Clint being the, professor. I think was another really good twist. I mean, I would say, the professor first being Asogi's dad was good, mostly when Asogi got back in, because you knew there were going to be big ramifications for that kind of deal, which would lead into case 4. But I still think the one that caught me so off guard was Gregson's death. That one, that one was just, when the fuck do you kill the main character like that? What the hell?
Like, here we are just having a good old time getting inklings of what might be the final case stuff, and then, like, Gregson's dead. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, oh. Also, by the way, the character designs in this game are really good.
Aces is so good. Like, I mentioned a few of them throughout, you know.
Kazuma's prosecutor outfit, gory Dr. Dispel, the jurors in case 3. I like their designs. Enoch Drever's design.
Which also the animation on Trevor as well was one character I really felt like they went above and beyond on.
Why, thank you.
Shams here was the tutorial one. Enoch Drever was the actual school assignment. God,
man.
Actually, another underrated twist is just the ending of KC where it was actually Scythe who did the finishing blow.
Oh yeah, that was another really good one as
like,
well.
Just that, yeah, and just the way you expose her as well. It's just like, it's a small tiny detail, but when you notice, it's like, oh shit.
Well, and that was the thing. Just like every case just kept getting better than the last one. Kind of deal. Because I was like, case 2 is like one of the best in the series. No, it's case 3. And oh god, like the combinedness of 4 and 5 is incredible. Like, oh my god.
This train doesn't stop.
Yeah, that's really what it felt like, honestly, throughout. It was just a train that never slowed down, kind of deal. It was just an amazing ride from beginning to end. I don't know. I need time to think if, like, I like this game more than Trials and Tribulations, because, like, that's one of my 5 favorite games of all time. It's gonna take a lot to beat that, but I definitely consider this in the same tier, and it is absolutely at least my second favorite game in the series now. Full stop.
Like Great Ace Attorney as a duology, I say I would give, like, it all, like, a full, like, a 9 out of 10.
Yeah. Well, it's weird for me, because, like, I think the first game definitely feels confused, I think, for a lot of it, especially gameplay-wise for me, but the second game, my god. My god.
Okay, we played around, had fun in the first game. Now let's get serious.
Let's go in.
Alright, it's time to learn about the Baskervilles.
Yeah, I at least more appreciative that DGS1 can be at least fun to most people compared to the quality jump from Investigations 1 to 2, which is apparently worse in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. So
I know some people are a bit. I know the Sherlock holographic twist is mixed for some people.
It wasn't mixed for me the first time of going through it. The second time going through it now, I feel better about it.
I think because they had the bunny thing, it was just to be telling you, like, okay, the tech Schultz is getting is kind of ridiculous at this point, you know? Kind of deal. I think that was just more of an excuse just so that they could they could actually get the queen, you know, to...
Yeah, and in terms of the story aspect, I don't like, since it's somewhat of an opinion, I don't feel like it ruins Naruhodo's accomplishments at all, because Naruhodo still had to expose everything. Holmes just came in to make sure he doesn't get away.
Yeah.
Like Naruhodo, he did the work. Like, he put this man on blast, and he just went, oh, hang on.
He figured everything out. It was just that they could... Because he was at the height, like, literally the top of the judicial chain, they couldn't do anything about him.
But, like, Naruhodo is a player that caught up to, like, Strongheart legitimately using real using, like, no cheats. But, like, Strongheart was just went, I have a game shark. And then Naruhodo caught his friend and just went, I have action replay. You ain't getting away, sucker.
Also, replaying Case 5 by own really solidified that the final case is just Kazuma and Van Zeke's petty squabble, and Naruhodo and Suzaru's just Andrew like, guys, please, stop being children. Stop it.
I also, it shows being, like, the clutch of Case 5. I also really believe that, like, I think that, I was under the impression of, shows didn't have the whole thing figured out, but he managed to figure out the key people that were going to be involved. So having them all ready for Naruhodo to be able to solve everything else is what I believe what I believe. I don't think that shows like solved the whole thing.
Yeah.
I think he knew enough to be able to go, okay, you're important. Here are you pieces of Naruhodo. You saw the rest. I'm gonna go chill with the queen until you need me.
With Vicky.
Yeah, I'm gonna go chill with Vicky.
Yeah, I just love the overall, like, family unit that they just everyone ended up being by the end.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
Oh man, I haven't felt this good about Ace Attorney in so long, man. Like, God. This game kept reminding me why I love this series so much.
It's a good series, and you have 3 more games to play.
Yeah, so, if people were wondering about the investigation games, because I haven't played those, I don't think we're going to play one on stream just because, like, I know a lot of opinions about that one, so I think I'll just play that on my own. 2, maybe, kind of deal. And then the only other one I would have is the Layton crossover, which I would kind of like to play some regular Layton before I do that one. So
fair and understandable.
Yeah, but, man, what a fucking video game. God.
So what's next after this?
I don't really know. I haven't really plotted out a game yet after DGS2, honestly, because I was just so focused on playing this, because, man, I think this has been one of the most fun stream playthroughs in a really long time. I think especially by the time we got to Case 3, and we kind of knew what we wanted to do with each of the characters at that point, then our comedy could really take off at that, I feel.
If I may just throw out a suggestion.
Yeah?
Like, if you wanted to do, like, I guess, like, something chill after being done with DGS, maybe, like, a stream or 2 on Metroid Dread?
Maybe. What I will say is that there is going to be, we are going to be doing some more, like, bonus streams. Not going to be going nearly as long as our normal time. We'll be returning back to 7 o'clock and stuff like that. But, well, I'm thinking we might check out the escapades, kind of deal that are in here, which are, like, fun little bonus scenes for characters and stuff like that. Might be just something fun to do on the side part. The other thing, though, is I want to do, the secrets in the vault. stuff with, and basically just have a art stream kind of deal. Because this is one of the things I've wanted to do for a while. Just going through and appreciating like art and stuff like that in like the game vaults, and we could go through the commentary from the directors of Ace Attorney and stuff like that into here.
Because if you actually have it.
Yeah, which God, the vault is so cool. And like, yeah.
I love behind the scenes things. It makes me appreciate stuff more.
Yeah, especially the music stuff where they go into all of like the unused stuff and that kind of thing is so cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've extended this long enough at this point. Any final things we want to say on DGS2 before we wrap up the main playthrough part of this?
Patrick, I extend out hand. Welcome to the DGS family. It took you a year, but hey, you're finally here. You caught up, my friend, and now the fandom is yours. The fan art. Now you can go into the DGS2 chat.
Which I'll probably sometime this week I'll be forming all of those groups. Now we'll just have one general Great Ace Attorney spoiler chat kind of area now, so we can condense all of that.
The fan art section is free. It's been unlocked. That's your true unlock for going to DGS. You can now look at the fan art.
Confidant unlocked.
Bruh, the Kazuma art in this fandom is insane.
Everything is free and open to you.
Alright, well, we are going to call it a wrap. We're gonna go raid Dan. So pull the ears.
Pull the ears, Piglet!
Pull the ears!
Okay, God. This was such a fun time. I'm really glad we were able to do this now. Alright, I don't know why the raid thing keeps feeling like that. Dan.
Pull the ears! Pull the ears, Naruto! Wrong ears!
No, this I just accept that these games have a special place in my heart.
Alrighty. There we go. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Pull those ears.